Yes, Senator Patiala, आप सभी का 60th नेशनल इंटरस्टेट सीनियर एथलेटिक्स चैंपियनशिप के पहले दिन की प्रतियोगिताओं में हार्दिक अभिनंदन और स्वागत. We are going to begin our track event with 10,000 meter final for the men, and the competitors are the competitors for the 10,000 meter men are 247 Rohit Yadav, Maharashtra, 227 Harmanjot Singh, Madhya Pradesh, 228 Vikram Bharat Singh Bagria, Madhya Pradesh, 390 Karthik Kumar, Uttar Pradesh, 277 Makhan Singh, Punjab, 316 Dharmendra, Rajasthan, 248 Dinesh, Maharashtra, 276 Makhan Singh, Punjab, 389 Arjun Kumar, Uttar Pradesh, and 181 Kalyappa AB, Karnataka. The national record of the 10,000 meter man stands in the name of Surendra Singh with a timing of 28 minutes 02.89 seconds, and league record also stands in the name of Surendra Singh with a timing of 29 minutes 06.17 seconds.
So here is the illustrious lineup of the first event of 60th National Interstate Senior Athletics Championship, the opening event of the opening day, the 10,000 meter race for men, the longest track event has just begun, in which 10 participants are participating. Excuse me, 9 are there. It's going to be very grueling, tough race. Early in the morning, so the conditions should give them some respite. Otherwise, it has been a very hot and humid day at Patiala. "25 laps have to be completed by these athletes, and this is the opening lap. This is an event in which athletes from India have not performed up to the reputation at the Asian level also. Part of the Asian Games fraternity since 1951. Vikram Bangaria has a lot of experience. And, he is the senior most athlete in this bunch, and he is leading there at this point of time. Just behind him is Dharmendra, also from Rajasthan. Two athletes are there from Madhya Pradesh, Harmanjot Singh and Vikram Bangaria. Well, I will return to the thick of actions later on. Well, I was telling you that here we go. It's Vikram Bangaria of Madhya Pradesh. He is leading there, and just behind him is Dharmendra from Rajasthan. Arjun Kumar from Uttar Pradesh is currently running at the third position. Two laps have already been completed by these athletes, and 7 athletes have opened up a bracket for themselves at the front. At the fourth position is Kalyappa AB. Just behind him is Karthik Kumar. Dinesh is running at the 6th position, and his partner Rohit Yadav, also from Maharashtra, is currently running at the 7th. A lot can happen. Two athletes with the identical name of Magan Singh, both from Punjab, but they are currently about 25 meters behind the front 7. Well, I was mentioning about the 10,000 meter race. It is indispensable part of the Asian Games. Since first Asian Games in 1951 in Delhi, gold medal came for the first time to India in 1962, courtesy Tarloj Singh at Jakarta. Then second gold medal came in 1978 by Harichand, and the last medal that came to India was in 1998 at Bangkok, in which Gulab Chand won that. Since then, India is searching for a medal in this competition at the Asian Games. The last 4 gold medals have gone to Bahrain. In fact, G. Lakshmanan won the bronze medal at 2018 edition, but in some unfortunate circumstances due to the lane infringement, he was disqualified from that spot, and chase for a podium finish in this discipline at the Asian Games, so for India, is still continuing. Well, all the athletes have the task cut out. That the Olympic qualifying mark is 27 minutes and 28 seconds, which is a far cry for them, because the national record stands in the name of Surinder Singh, which was set up in 2008, and that is of 28 minutes 2 seconds. The task is very high for these athletes, but you never know. Still a lot of time to go in this competition. This is the longest race of the track. The lead has gone now with Vikram Bangaria. In fact, he is running at the first position from the very beginning of this race. All the 7 athletes are running at unchanged position. All are consuming their energy and stamina for the final push. They all know that's a long, long way to go. Vikram Bangaria, and running behind him is Dharmender. Running so close to each other that it is anyone's guessing that who is going to win it or finish at which position. Belliyappa Ibi, man at the fourth position there, and now making move from the outside is Karthik Kumar from Uttar Pradesh. He is now at the second position. Slight change in the order from the outside, also making move, and moving to the first position is Dinesh from Maharashtra. For the first time he has come ahead at the first position. So two Maharashtra athletes. Dinesh is at the front, and at the back of these 7 athletes is Rohit Yadav, also from Maharashtra. Sparring partners running in this pack. A lot of times we have seen that if two athletes are competing from the same team, then one becomes a phase setter. Oh, he has given up. Some trouble with him. Makhan Singh from Punjab. He was also in a lot of trouble since the beginning, and he was about 100 meters behind the front 7, so that's why he was not quite inspired, but due to some problem he gave up the race, so he is no longer part of that. Here we have it, and as I was mentioning that so often we have seen that if two or more athletes are competing from the same team, then one becomes pace setter and another becomes chaser, and when the time for the final push comes, then everything changes. Positioning himself well towards the inner side of the track was Dharmender from Rajasthan at one point of time. He was running at the front 3, now is at the 4th position. Belliyappa AB in the meantime is out of the race due to some problem maybe in his physical stamina. So now it's all down to 6 racers at this moment, and the man who was leading there from Maharashtra, Dinesh, is at 4th position.
5,000 meter women final, 7:15 hours 100 meter athletes, 7:45 hours 100 meter men decathlon, 8:30 AM long jump men deca, and 9:45 hours short put men decathlon, the third event of the deca. And evening session, we are going to begin at 1800 hours. On field, we are going to conduct high jump men Decathlon, the fourth event of the men's section in Decathlon, and 1830 hours 100 meter hurdles women final, 1900 hours 4 by 100 meter relay women heats, 1920 hours 400 meter men Decathlon, and 1940 hours 4 by 400 meter relay man heats.
So 3 Maharashtra athletes are in the front 6. Can it be 1, 2, 3 for Maharashtra, or can it be 1, 2 for Maharashtra, or 2, 3? It's anyone's guessing. All are looking so energetic and so composed. The leader at this point of time is from Madhya Pradesh, Vikram Bangaria. They all are exchanging lead, but the man who has never come to the front is Arjun Kumar from Uttar Pradesh. He is among the first few athletes of this on D6, but currently he is enjoying his position there. A lot of athletes in the long distance have emerged from Maharashtra in recent years. Now there is a bit of increase in the speed from Vikram Bangaria. He has something special in his legs, so that's why he has opened up a gap. You can see that he is now opening up the gap about 15 meters ahead. Vikram Bangaria. Is it a strategy, or he has some extra bit of power in his legs? That's what we have to see. All the other athletes are now catching him up. Here at your screen, Vikram Bangaria, you can see that the gap is building up. On the rest 5 athletes, he's going quite solo there. Here you can see Vikram Bangaria. He is going to put Makhan Singh of Punjab a lap down. Now the
पुरुषों के 10,000 मीटर दौड़ के फाइनल आपके सामने, और फिलहाल पहले स्थान की ओर अग्रसर हैं 228 विक्रम भरत सिंह बांगरिया मध्य प्रदेश से.
Vikram Bangaria, you can see the domination, the gap that he is building up on the rest athletes. Here he is. 3 athletes are chasing him. Vikram Bangaria, and the man who is going to give him some kind of trouble are maybe Kartik Kumar. 2 athletes from Maharashtra also are there, who are running at the 5th and the 6th position there. Rohit Yadav and Dinesh. But the man at the moment is Vikram Bangaria. But how much he can enjoy the sunshine, that's what we have to wait for. So a lot can happen there. Kartik Kumar is still chaser at the 3rd position, and at the 2nd spot is Kartik Kumar, also from Uttar Pradesh.
Arjun Kumar, जो कि उत्तर प्रदेश का प्रतिनिधित्व कर रहे हैं.
These are the moments when you have to conserve your energy. He has made a strategy that he was going to alone, and is it only a strategy, or is going to win it? That's what we have to see. Vikram Bangaria, a man from services, but all the other athletes are also chasing him well. Kartik Kumar of Uttar Pradesh, and he is looking to build the gap on others. Kartik Kumar looking in good speed there. At one point of time, it looked that Vikram Bangaria is going to open up a very healthy gap over the rest of the field, but that's not happened. And here you can see that Kartik Kumar is closing on Vikram Bangaria. The man who never came to the front, Arjun Kumar, he's still there at the third position. Dharmendra at fourth, and two athletes from Maharashtra, Rohit Yadav and Dinesh, they both are at the fag end of these six. But you can see now, coming quite close to Vikram Bangaria is Kartik Kumar. Here you can see that the gap is widening. Vikram Bangaria is slightly slow in his pace there, as you can see there, and looking quite confident in approach. From behind is Kartik Kumar from Uttar Pradesh. At one point of time we thought that it's all the way to Vikram Bangaria, but here you can see only 2 meters is dividing the first two athletes. Here you can see it's going to be a very close race, or what? That's what everyone is guessing. Vikram Bangaria is still clinging to his first position there, but from behind you can see the pressure is emerging on him from Kartik Kumar as well. It's quite nice to see. Direct qualification to the Olympics is a very tough task, as I already told you. Legendary athlete Surendra Kumar holds the distinction of the meet record and the national record. Here you can see two athletes from Maharashtra, but at the front here are the first two athletes. From Madhya Pradesh and Uttar Pradesh. Now Kartik Kumar is making the move on Vikram Bangaria, but coming quite close from behind in a few seconds. Here is the man at the third position, and he is from Uttar Pradesh also, Arjun Kumar. Vikram Bangaria in a bit pressure. Maybe Arjun Kumar is going to make a move from the outside, but still he is the chaser from Vikram Bangaria. So often we have seen that the man who remains a chaser burst into the speed in last lap, or maybe last 200 meters or 100 meters, and go on to get the first position. It was Vikram Bangaria who made the move to go ahead, and he could not consolidate his position there, and all the other athletes kept chasing him. And the two athletes from Uttar Pradesh running at the second and the third position are still there in the contention for the leader, Vikram. It's Karthik and Vikram, these two fantastic athletes running at the second and the first position. very tough to say at this stage.
For your kind information, the event which is in progress is 10,000 meter men final, and at present, gate number 228, Vikram Bharat Singh Bangaria is leading, followed by T90 Kartik Kumar at the second place, and at third place 389.
Still Kartik Kumar is waiting. He's not making the move. I guess he has extra bit of energy in his legs, and he's not showcasing it. Arjun Kumar, looking quite threatening, and one point of time is now lagging behind, and the gap between the first two and the third position athlete, that is Arjun Kumar, is of about now 20 meters. But the first two athletes are clinging to their position. Still Kartik Kumar looking quite confident at his second position. It's quite relaxing there, and Vikram Bangriya is running at the first position there. Took some droplets of water over his head and felt energetic. Still few more laps to go before we'll call this race the end. You can see that Kartik Kumar is not giving up, and still he is with Vikram Bangriya. Here they are. They can see that still there are 4 more laps to go. This race is closing down. It's going to be a close finish. That's what my guess is, as these two athletes are still maintaining their first two positions. Meanwhile, here is Vikram, and behind him is Kartik. Few athletes are going one lap down, but these athletes running at a good speed. Here is Vikram, and just behind him is Kartik. You can see that these two athletes, now Kartik is losing some footing there. At about 4 meters the gap now between Kartik and Vikram. Kartik now closing it. He's 2 meters behind now to Vikram. So still enough energy left in Kartik's legs, also in the legs of Vikram. But it's now down to the mental strength of these two athletes. The best part of these long distance races is that it displays not only the physical strength but also the mental strength. You have to exploit your best at right point of time, conserve your energy, judge the stamina of your opponents on the track, and give everything right at the end. Here they are. The lead with Vikram Bangriya is for about 15 laps. And at that point of time he came ahead, but is still maintaining his supremacy there. Now he is looking in some rich speed there. He knows that he is running the penultimate lap, so that's why he is now maintaining his edge over there. You can see that the gap is building up. About 15 meters is the margin between him and Kartik Kumar. Vikram looking rich in his speed now and looking quite confident. It's nice to see the use of the drone camera there. 10 meters is the margin between him and Kartik Kumar. This is the first event of the 60th National Interstate Senior Athletics Championship at NIS Patiala. Lovely setting. Something has to be done from Kartik Kumar to catch this man at the front. As he is going to hear the bell now and assume that we are going to see burst of speed from his legs. Here he is. Kartik Kumar is still in contention, but not quite enough. Vikram Bangaria is looking quite solid at his first position there, and he is about 50 meters ahead from Kartik Kumar. Vikram Bangaria, he is on his last lap. So is Kartik Kumar. Good race by him, Vikram Bangaria. He came to the front when 15 laps to go, and he was looking quite solid there, but at some point of time he was under pressure from Kartik Kumar, but when 2 laps were to go, he went from strength to strength, and at this point of time you can see that Vikram Bangaria is looking quite solid in this position there, and about 150 meters to go, and Vikram Bangaria is going to close this race at the first position. Kartik Kumar tried so hard, but he is running at the second position, about 15 meters behind. Now in 20, it's Vikram Bangaria. He can see the finishing line, and Vikram Bangaria is going to close the race as first position there. Vikram Bangaria, and he is the winner of the race, as I can assure you of that. He raised his arm in jubilation, now both arms, and he thanked the Almighty on his performance there, and he closed the race at about 30 seconds and 24 seconds. Also happy with his performance there is Kartik Kumar from Uttar Pradesh, quite exhausted, 22 years of age. He has learnt a lot maybe in the presence of athlete 5 years older to him, and running there and reaching towards the finishing line and closing the race at the third position is athlete from Maharashtra, and his name is Dinesh. So that's how we have got the first 3 position athletes of this race. Arjun Kumar of Uttar Pradesh came at the 4th position there. So one by one all the athletes are reaching towards the finishing line, and that's what is all about. And as I told you that direct qualification to the Olympic was a tough task, and that's what happened, but we got plenty of entertainment in that race. And Vikram Bangria of Madhya Pradesh, when he opened up the gap over the rest of the field at the 15th lap, when he came ahead, everyone was suspecting that he might not finish at the first position, but he maintained that supremacy. Came under a lot of pressure from Kartik Kumar, but he got the first position there. As soon as I'll get the official timings, I will let you know. Makhan Singh from Punjab. Heard the bell. He is the only athlete remaining on the track, and you can see that he was a lot down, but still Makhan has learnt a lot. That's why I can assure you of that. Makhan, the only athlete remaining on the track. In fact, 9 athletes started the race to give up due to some physical problem. Makhan is the only athlete who is still running there. Not at his best, Makhan, Now he is reaching towards the finishing line, and that's how all the athletes of that 10,000 meter race have finished the race. And here we have the official timings of all the athletes at your screen. First position to Vikram, about 9 seconds behind him
The next
was
event on the track
Karthik
will be 5,000 meter
from Uttar
women
Pradesh,
final.
and Dinesh of Maharashtra got the third
ट्रैक
spot in
पर
that.
अगली प्रतियोगिता 5,000 मीटर दौड़ महिला वर्ग के फाइनल आयोजित होंगे।
Athletes have participated at this ground, so it's a very familiar territory to most of them.
The competitors are 135 Sonika of Haryana, 413 Ankita, Uttarakhand, 368 Poolan Paul, Uttar Pradesh, 369 Parul Chaudhary, Uttar Pradesh, 243 Komal Chandrakant Jagdale, Maharashtra, 367 Jyoti, Uttar Pradesh, and big number 306 Pooja Harijan of Rajasthan. The national record of 5,000 meter women stands in the name of Preeta Sridharan with a timing of 15 minutes 15.89 seconds, and meet record stands in the name of Surya with a timing of 15 minutes 46.92 seconds.
So 6 athletes who are going to compete in the 5,000 meter race for women are as follows: Ankita from Uttarakhand, Poolan Paul from Uttar Pradesh, also from Uttar Pradesh participating Parul Chaudhary, Komal of Maharashtra, Jyoti of Uttar Pradesh is also there, and Pooja Harijan from Rajasthan is the 6th participant in that race. Parul Chaudhary has earned a lot of reputation
Well, that was
in
the start
recent
of the
years.
5,000 meter women final. The competitors, those who are here, and the officials, please take care of the guidelines of the COVID-19 and wear your mask properly, and also maintain the protocol of COVID. Thank you.
This is the second event of the session, 5,000 meter race. It's a little known fact that for the first time it was introduced in the Asian Games in 1998, much later than the 10,000 meter race for women. 10,000 meter race for women was introduced at the Asian Games in 1986 at Seoul, and for the first time it held at Bangkok in 1998. In that Sunita Rani, now Superintendent of Police in Punjab, got the silver medal. She also added bronze in the Busan Asian Games to her cabinet. Now Parul Chaudhary, as you can see, is now upgrading herself to the 3rd position there. Parul Chaudhary, a very familiar name there, and Komal Jagdale, two favorites to win this contest, are currently running at the 1st and the 2nd position. Ankita from Uttarakhand rising rapidly on the scene. Quite young, only 19 years of age. Ankita running at 3rd position there. She has won a lot of medals in recent years, and making move from the outside and putting herself into the contention, not fading out, is Poolan Paul from Uttar Pradesh at the 4th spot. But these three athletes are currently looking quite bright there at the first three positions. Anything can happen there. Poolan Paul is also approaching, and not too far behind her, Poolan Paul at the 5th spot are the other two. But here you can see that Komal of Maharashtra, Pooja is at the last spot there. In fact, the gap is opening in two brackets of 3 each. Here are the first three: Ankita, Parul and Komal at 3rd, 2nd and 1st spot respectively. The gap between these three and the rest three is building up. You start looking down and out, and
5,000 meter women's final is in progress, and at present 243 Komal Chandrakant Jagadale of Maharashtra is leading at the first place, followed by 369 Parul Chaudhary of Uttar Pradesh and 413 Ankita of Uttarakhand.
Just went out due to some problem. Was a Fulan Pal from Uttar Pradesh. So fives are remaining. Here they are. Ankita is still there. Parul Chaudhary has a lot of experience and has won a lot of medals, not only at the national but also at the international stage. And very experienced Komal Jagdale is there. Where I was mentioning the 5000 meter race, it's OP Jesha who won the bronze in 2006, and the best hour of the Indian athletics in the long distance race for women came in 2010 at Guangzhou Asian Games, when in this edition Prija Sridharan and Kavita Raut won the silver and the bronze. One of the finest athletes of the long distance that India has produced. Now Ankita is losing the turf and losing the contention, and she has now dropped down to the third position there. Because of the gap, you can see that the domination of these two girls, Komal and Parul. Ankita about 15 meters behind these two. Parul Chaudhary is still the chaser. Ankita tried so hard to remain in the picture, but now it's slightly fading out. Here she is. Just got past us, and the camera is on these two girls from Maharashtra and Uttar Pradesh. One of the finest athletes of India. I was mentioning Prija Sridharan, won Arjuna Award also, right after her gold medal at Guangzhou Asian Games in 10,000 meters. And that was the most memorable performance in the long distance races by Indian at the Asian Games. In the women's section, in 10,000 meters, that was Prija Sridharan who won the gold, and Kavita Raut from Maharashtra got the silver. The first two position holders were Indians. But sadly, in this event, in 5,000 meters, we are still searching Indian at the podium, because in the last two editions, no Indian has won any medal in this event, and both the gold medals have gone to Bahrain. In fact, in the previous two editions, if you add up all the medal winners, then 4 out of 6 medals have gone to Bahrain. Slowly and gradually the race is closing down. This is the second event of the day. As you can see now that the sun is giving some troublesome time to the athletes now. You can see the gap, the widening gap. Here you can see the Ankita of Uttarakhand is running at the third position, and she is about 120 meters behind the first two, and both the athletes who are running at the first two positions are quite experienced and very talented. Komal and Parul Chaudhary. Olympic qualifying mark is 15:10, and to achieve that, both these athletes have to shatter the national record, which is a very, very far cry. Oh, Komal Jagdale has given up. Komal Jagdale has given up. Some problem with her. Oh, now she has rejoined. Some problem with her shoelaces or some shoe. That's what we will investigate later on. But Parul Chaudhary has now moved ahead for the first time, and she has opened up a gap of about 10 meters on Komal. What was the trouble?
5,000 meter women's
flick of
hurdle
second.
is in progress, and
It happened.
now bib number 369 Parul Chaudhary of Uttar Pradesh is leading at first place, followed by 243 Komal Chandrakant Jagdale of Maharashtra.
The athlete from Meerut, who has earned a lot of reputation. She also have defeated a very talented athlete from Uttar Pradesh also, Sudha Singh, on a few occasions, and earned a reputation for herself. Komal Jagdale also have done very well in the past. Now she is closing the gap. Lost her footing a bit, and when I'll see the replay, then I'll let you know what the problem was. Both the athletes from Uttar Pradesh and Maharashtra. Now you can see that the gap is about 3 or 4 meters between these two. So close they are. Still about 1.5 kilometers to go before this race will be called a close. Komal Jagdale is approaching towards Parul Chaudhary. Ankita is about 200 meters behind at the third position, and behind Ankita at the fourth spot is Pooja Harijan from Rajasthan. It looks that it is going to be another hot and humid day. Making move from the outside is Komal, and Parul has given her first position to Komal. Still in the picture though. It's nice to see the drone camera in action. Komal Jagdale and Parul Chaudhary. It's very hard to say at this stage who is going to get the first position in this contest. Both are looking quite energetic and quite focused at their position. It's a very inspiring story of Komal Jagdale, that how she carved a niche for herself from a Pune University complex, from Savitribai Phule University in Pune. She rose to prominence. Aptly guided by one of the legend of the coaching in India in long distance races, Vijender Singh. Komal Jagdale went on from strength to strength. A lot of long distance athletes emerged from Maharashtra. If you talk about them, Kavita Raut, as I already mentioned, and there's Lalita Babar, Sanjeevani Jadhav, and one is right in front of you. Both athletes looking quite promising in their position. Parul Chaudhary has a slight chance of qualifying for the Olympics due to her position there, but she has to improve her timing. That's what she must be focusing on to book ticket to Tokyo. Although direct qualification is tough, but what she can hope for at the best is that she get best of her timings. Her personal best is 15 minutes 36.03, and we expect that she will surpass that. Now she's running at the first position there and consolidating her first position there. slightly dominant there, as you can see now. About 10 meters is the margin between her and Komal. Komal has to do a bit extra now. Can Parul Chaudhary get past her best of 15:36.03?
5,000 meters
Parul
women's
Chaudhary.
final is in progress and 2 laps to go. And bib number 369, Parul Chaudhary is leading a first place.
Parul Chaudhary achieved that feat, that timing at the 2019 Doha World Athletics meet. Komal Jagdale, her best time is 16 minutes 14.12. Can she get past that? In the rich presence of the leader, Parul Chaudhary, she can achieve that. But Parul looking quite solid at her position there. The gap between Parul and Komal is about 20 meters now. Parul Chaudhary, here she is, to the screen, girl from Meerut. She heard the bell, and this is the last lap. All eyes are glued on her best timings. Komal is also there, 15:36.03. Remember, is the best timing of Parul Chaudhary. Can she go beyond that? 300 meters to go for Parul Chaudhary now. 15:12 is the timing of the clock at this point of time. Komal Jagdale, maybe she has given up, because the gap that you can see now between her and Parul Chaudhary is of about 35 meters. So Parul Chaudhary is surely going to win it. She is approaching toward the second last curve. Still she is looking quite dominant, and she is not going to surpass her best there, because already 15:36 clock has shown. Ankita and Pooja Harijan fighting for the third position. Both have heard the bell, and here is Parul Chaudhary. Parul Chaudhary is approaching toward the finishing line. She is going to win the race at the first position there in the 5,000 meter race. It's the 60th National Interstate Senior Athletics Championship. Parul Chaudhary has just put the curtains on this race. With as far as the gold medal is concerned, Komal Jagdale, who was looking quite promising at one point of time, and Komal Jagdale is approaching now towards the finishing line, slightly fatigued, and she is there at the second position. Now Ankita of Uttarakhand, very young, very talented. She is the junior most among all the participants there, and looking quite focused there. Ankita closed the race, and she finished the race at the third position there. And Pooja Harijan of Rajasthan put her in a lot of pressure, but Ankita maintained her edge over Pooja Harijan, got the third position, and Pooja came fourth. That's how we have come to the closing of the 5,000 meter race for women. Here are the timings of the participants and their position. Parul and Komal from Uttar Pradesh and Maharashtra got the first two spots, and Ankita and Pooja from Uttarakhand and Rajasthan got the other two positions. from long. And here are the 3 medal winners of the first 3 positions. Parul in the middle, then Ankita of Uttarakhand and Kumal Jagdale shared the pick. The first 3 positions went to these 3 athletes in the 5000 meter race for women. Not the shortest race of track and field, but always the most interesting. The blue-eyed boy, if I am not wrong. 100-meter dash for men, in which maximum number of athletes participate, and where even a microsecond can make a lot of difference. We have seen some fantastic athletes in the past: Jesse Owens, Carl Lewis, Usain Bolt, who have taken this event to another level. Morris Green, Donovan Bailey, to mention some other big names. And from these 3, we will select the finalists. Top 2 finishers of each heat will go directly to the final, and 2 best finishers from these 3 heats will go to the final. So everything to go for. No one can relax because of the sheer toughness of the qualification to the final. And every athlete in these heats will try to achieve the first 2 positions because of the sheer competitiveness of the qualification. 3 heats are there in the lineup, and as the athletes will come, I will introduce you to name of all those. But here at Patiala in the 60th Interstate Senior Athletics Championship, 2 events already have ended. One was of 10,000 meter race for men, and another was of 5,000 meter race for women. three heats in 100-meter dash. As already told you that the equation is very tough, so everyone has to be at his best, even in heats. The Olympic qualifying mark is 10.05, so the task is cut out, but that's a very far cry for all these athletes, because the national record stands in the name of Amika Kumar Malik, which he set in 2016 at New Delhi, and that is of 10.26. Still, one can expect that the best of the timings that one can achieve. Neville Fernandez from Kerala in lane 1. Saurav Naitham from Maharashtra is in lane number 2. Lane number 3 is Kannadasan from Tamil Nadu. A lot of experience of this contest. Then Mathuraj Chela of Madhya Pradesh is going to start his campaign from lane number 4. Shashank Shinde, athlete from Chhattisgarh, is participating here at NIS Patiala from lane number 5. In lane number 6 we have slightly favorite for this contest, Gurinder Veer Singh, won the first position in 24th Federation Cup recently at this venue. Amit Tiwari of Delhi is in lane number 7, and in the last lane is Raj Vadhela from Gujarat. So it's Neville, Saurabh, Kannadasan, then Muthuraj, then Shashank, then Gurinder Veer, then Amit, and then Vaghela from the number 1 to 8 in the first of the 3 heats of a 100-meter dash. Here they are. All are ready to burst into the speed. And so often we have seen false start from the athletes, so they have to be very careful right at the shot of the gun that they do not come out of the block before the shot of the gun. Here they all are ready and focusing hard. Shot of the gun, and clean start by all of the athletes, and at this point of time you can see that Kannadasan is gaining the speed and getting the lead, and there from the Gurinder Veer Singh of Punjab from lane number 6. At one point of time we thought that he is lagging behind, but at the 50-meter mark he stretches limits, and Gurinder Veer Singh of Punjab won that contest. Kannadasan of Tamil Nadu was looking quite promising, but as I guess that it's Gurinder Veer Singh of Punjab. As you can see that Gurinder Veer is lagging a bit behind. A fiery start from Saurabh of Maharashtra there from lane number 2. Saurabh is there. Kannadasan is lagging behind Saurabh, and Gurinder Veer Singh will close the race at the first position. That's my guessing is. And here we have it. And once the official timings will come, I will let you know about the final positions of heat number 1. participants of the second heat are getting ready. Midhun T from Kerala is in lane number 1. In lane number 2 is Kiran Bhosle of Maharashtra. Has participated in this race on a lot of occasions. Then from Maldives, we are going to see participation from Najum Hassan, Andhra Pradesh athlete. Srinivas is in lane 4. In lane number 5 and 6 are participants from Delhi and Maharashtra, courtesy Shivam Vaishnav and Sanjeev Rana. And the last two lanes are athletes of Tamil Nadu and Punjab, Kathi Ravanji and Narinder Singh.
Next event on the track will be 100 meter man heat 2. ट्रैक पर अगली प्रतियोगिता 100 मीटर पुरुष वर्ग की दूसरी हीट आयोजित होगी.
The first two will directly qualify for the final. There is a little breathing space. Ravanji from Tamil Nadu is not participating from the number 7 due to some unknown reasons. So 7 participants are there, as you can see, from day number 1 to 6 and then in day number 8. It's going to be a quick fiery start. I'll have to be very careful. Quick start you can see from Najum Srinivasan of Andhra Pradesh. He's currently leading there from lane number 4. This is Srinivas of Andhra Pradesh. He's leading there and he's running at a fiery speed and won that contest with some rich speed and rich display of the energy. From Maldives tried very hard from behind but could not be there. And at the second position, I guess that it was Narinder Singh of Punjab. But what a fiery speed that this man attained and won that contest. Srinivas, right from the beginning of the race, he was looking quite promising, but he went from strength to strength. And Srinivas of Andhra Pradesh won that contest. At your screen, as soon as I'll get the timings, I will let you know. But Srinivas is looking quite confident at his position there. And once he maintained his supremacy on the rest of the pack at the middle of the race, he was quite confident. In fact, he relaxed slightly, as you can see that he is up to a very fiery start there. In the middle at lane number 4, you can see Srinivas, and all the other athletes are trying to catch his rhythm and pace, but could not fully. And that's how he won that contest. That was a close call for the second position, but I get it was Narinder Singh of Punjab who got the second position there. Last of the 3 heats is about to begin. 7 participants are participating from the number 2 to 8 in it, and their names are Nehal Sagar from Delhi, Chirag from Haryana, Amiya Kumar Malik, the national record holder. He will start his race from lane number 4. Surely he will inspire others. Then Abdullah Adam, also from Maldives, running alongside him. Then Akshay Khot from Maharashtra is in lane number 6, and in the last 2 lanes are athletes from Kerala and Punjab, Aswin KP and Lavpreet Singh. It couldn't have been better than that. That you have in your presence is the national record holder. If you want to improve your speed, most of the athletes know this track very well. participate in various meets here at NIS Patiala. Ashwin KP, his best time is 10.55. Flexing their muscles, charging themselves up. Various methods athletes adopt to the best from their body. Some fierce rubbing of palms, deep breathings. Jumping, flexing muscles of the legs and hands. It's all about display maximum of energy, because this race is only 12 seconds, and these 12 seconds, maybe 12 is a very big time for 100-meter race, but within those seconds you have to put your best mentally and physically. The last heat, the 100-meter, is on the opening day of the 60th National Interstate Senior Athletics Championship at NIS ground in Patiala.
Next event on the track is 100 meters man heat 3.
Ashwin KP folded his palms in tray. Amir Malik, lane number 4, keep your eyes on him, national record holder. Quick fire is started by all the athletes. As you can see that Amir Malik is at the lead at this moment, but from the outside you can see that from lane number 7 is Ashwin KP of Kerala, looking quite promising there, but Amir Malik has finally won it under a bit of pressure from Ashwin KP of Kerala, but he pushed his limits just 40 meters before the finishing line, and maybe he has won that contest. Here you can see that Amir Malik started fiery, and then you can see that from lane number 7 Ashwin KP stretching his limits and reaching toward the finishing line at the first position there, maybe, but in the end it's experience of Amir Malik that pushed him at the first position there. Ashwin KP got the third spot in that, and Lovepreet Singh of Punjab got the second position, 0.12 second behind the race leader Amir Malik. 10.5 he achieved with that. Remember, 10.26 is the national record in his name. And that's how we have come to the end of all the 3 heats of 100-meter dash. अरे इसको हटाओ, इसको हटाओ, इसको हटाओ। वो सन में पता है क्या था जो अभी दिखा रहे थे आप, Sir. Is
Important announcement for all the officials
excuse me.
and the competitors. Please maintain the protocol as well as guidelines of COVID-19. Wear your mask properly and maintain protocols of COVID-19.
The next event in the lineup is the Decathlon, and Decathlon comprises of 10 events, and out of those 10, the first event that's going to just start is of 100-meter race, in which two heats are going to take place. In the first heat, we are going to see participation from 5 athletes, and in the next one, we are going to judge the capability of 4 athletes. While many athletes have already qualified for the 2020 Tokyo Olympic Games, in walk we are going to see rich participation from the Indians. 3 athletes in walk are Sandeep Kumar, Rahul Rohila and KT Irfan, who will challenge top class walkers from the world. Then it's Avinash Sable who will compete in 3000 meters steeplechase. Neeraj Chopra and Shopal Singh will carry Indian hopes in the javelin. And the national record holder M. Shri Shankar will be participating in long jump. Tejinder Pal Tour, due to his national record mark set up a few days before at Patiala, it threw the iron ball to some hopeful distance in the shot put. In women, we have participation from Kamalpreet Singh in discus. Then Priyanka Goswami and Bhavna Jat will compete in 20 kilometers walk. Bhavna Jat bettered a national record mark at National Race Walking Championship at Ranchi, and she touched the timing of 1 minute 29.54 and qualified for the Tokyo. Mixed team, relay team of 4x400 meter has also qualified for that contest, and some athletes are right at the edge, like MP Jabir. Then 4x400 meter relay for men, Duti Chand in 100 and 200, Anurani in javelin, Parul Chaudhary, and relay team in 4x100 and 4x400 for women is also in the contention due to their rankings. We hope that many of them will qualify directly to the Olympics. about to begin. Well, Decathlon comprises of 10 events in which athletes compete in 3 races of 100, 400 and 1500 meters. Then there are 3 throws, shot put, discus and javelin, 3 jumps, long jump, high jump and pole vault, and they also compete in one hurdle race that is of 110 meters. A very tough and competitive game, and often the athlete who win gold medal in this competition often hailed as the best athlete. The term associated with the athlete, best athlete, started with 19 the winner of the Stockholm Olympics, in which Thorpe of Great Britain won that contest, and since then this honor is given to the athlete who win gold medal in this contest. 2 gold medals have come to the Indians in this discipline. For the first time the gold medal came to India was in 1962 at the Jakarta edition, in which Guru Bachat Singh Randhawa, one of the most complete athletes that India has ever produced, won that gold medal there. In 1974, Vijay Kumar Chauhan in the Tehran edition won gold medal. Suresh Babu was also on the podium at 3rd position in that Asian Games, but sadly that was the last representation of India at the podium in this discipline, and since then we are searching a medal. It's Keisuke Ushiro, who is the 2-time gold medal winner in the Asian Games. He's from Japan. A lot of improvement is required in this discipline. Well, the 5 participants of the first heat of 100-meter race in the Decathlon are as follows. Mohit Saini of Haryana. He will start his race from lane number 3. In lane number 4 and 5 are athletes from Uttar Pradesh and Punjab, and their names are Saurabh Rathi and Gurlal Singh. In lane number 6 is Alken Singh of Manipur. We are hearing this name quite often, and this man is rising quite rapidly on the scene. And Gokul S of Kerala is in lane number 7. Alken Singh in lane number 6. In lane number 7 is Gokul S of Kerala. Fire start from lane number 3 by Mohit Saini of Haryana, but from the middle you can see that Gurlal is stretching the limits of other athletes. But from the outside, the Kerala athlete Gokul S closed the race at the first position. Gokul S of Kerala won that contest. Alken Singh of Manipur also gave him some nervy seconds, and we are waiting for the official times. Here you can see that slightly behind was Gokul S, and at this point of time it looked that Gurlal Singh of Punjab is going to win that contest at the first position. Something wrong happened there with the Saurabh Rathi of Uttar Pradesh. He could not finish that contest. Maybe some stretch in his leg, and he stopped the race in the middle. And here we have the official timings. Manipur athlete Alken Singh got the second position, and Gurlal, despite bright start, could finish the race at the third position. The next four participants are as follows. They are Yamandeep Sharma from Rajasthan, in lane number 3. In lane number 4, 5 and 6 are participants from Uttar Pradesh, Tamil Nadu and Maharashtra, and their names are Usaid Khan, Krishan Kumar and Kushal Kumar. It's all about how you perform in this discipline, and on the basis of your performance in each discipline, points are given to the athletes, and on the basis of that the winner is declared. So it's very, very competitive, that you have to do your best. It's not only about the position that you achieve, but it's all about the performance that you give in each event, and that addition of points declares the winner, or all the positions are decided based upon that. So everyone has to be at his toes. There's no room for any sort of breathing for these athletes. Here all of them are. Some cool wind is now blowing from left to right at Patiala. Bright sun is out there, but cool wind is giving some sorts of relief to these athletes. Athletes from Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh, Tamil Nadu and Maharashtra are competing in the number 3, 4, 5 and 6. Clean start, bright start from Krishan Kumar of Tamil Nadu. He's at the first position currently running, but all the other athletes are trying to catch his own pace. Now Usaid Khan of Uttar Pradesh is moving ahead, and Usaid Khan of Uttar Pradesh is going to finish the race at the first position. Second position went to Krishan Kumar of Tamil Nadu, who was looking quite promising in the beginning, but it's Usaid Khan who came into his fury at the halfway mark of the stage, and once he got ahead, here you can see that it was a bright start from Krishan Kumar of Tamil Nadu, and Usaid Khan was lagging behind, but here you can see that now Usaid Khan is in the top gear and surged past the athlete from Tamil Nadu and got the first position in that contest. So here it is the final timing of the contestants. What you can see on the screen is that Usaid Khan finished the race at the timing of 11.21. Behind him was Krishan Kumar of Tamil Nadu, and athletes from Rajasthan and Maharashtra finished at the third and the fourth position in that 100-meter race, the second of the last heat of the 100-meter race in the Decathlon event. And next up for Decathlon is the long jump, which will start after some time. took place in that contest. As you can see that from lane number 6 winning that heat number 1 was Gurinder Veer Singh of Punjab. This is the heat number 2 in which Srinivas of Andhra Pradesh went on to finish the race with some fiery speed. From the middle from lane number 4. And these are the participants of heat number 3 in which Nihal Sagar of Haryana participated from lane number 2, and here you can see now clearly now that from lane number 3 it's Amir Kumar Malik, the national record holder from Odisha, is stretching hard and pushed the limits of all the other athletes and won that contest. Here is the first of the 2 decathlon races. In heat number 1, 5 contestants participated from Haryana, Uttar Pradesh, Punjab, Manipur and Kerala, and their names were Mohit, Saurabh, Gurlal, Alken Singh and Gokul S. And with the shot of the gun they started brightly. From the outside was Mohit Saini of Haryana, but something went wrong with Saurabh Rathi in lane number 4, so he went out, and in the end it was Gokul S who won that contest. In lane number 3, 4, 5 and 6 are the participants from Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh, Tamil Nadu and Maharashtra. And running at the first position was Krishan Kumar in the beginning, but Usaid Khan of Uttar Pradesh went into the top gear and won that contest. At the halfway mark he realized his hidden potential and went to the full fury and finished the race at first position in that heat number 2 of Decathlon. So action began in the long jump, excuse me, long jump, second event of the decathlon. At your screen is Usaid Khan. With his blistering pace, he won heat number 2 of the 100-meter race. Here he is approaching towards the board with that reputation. A clean jump by him. The trajectory was towards the side of Usaid Khan. A nice jump. 54 centimeters he added to 6 meters. Now Krishan Kumar of Tamil Nadu is a participant in heat number 2 when he got the second position there. Now Krishan Kumar remained behind the bold. Sun is out, and amid the scorching heat of an ice ground in Patiala, the participants are participating. 633 is the statistics that he achieved with his first try. Krishan Kumar of Tamil Nadu. Kushal Kumar Mohite bandaged on his left leg. Oh, that looks to me a very good jump by him. Centimeter short of 6.5. 8 centimeters short of 6.5 is the result of try from Kushal Kumar, tall athlete from Kerala. Gokul S is going to test his limits. Years of age, Gokul. Good speed by him, but slight lack of concentration just before the takeoff. So that's why, although he got the white flag, but a pretty poor effort by him, which he would not like to remember. It's Mohit Saini's time now. Started to run up. It's some slow pace. Ensured that he remained behind the bowl. Very safe. impressive try by him. That's what he achieved with that. Yamandeep Sharma, quite slim. He's only 21. Yamandeep. Good speed. That was quite close to the bold and could have been a foul. Lucky. Athlete from Punjab, Gurlal. Charged himself up with 2-3 big push from the lungs. Focusing hard. That looks to me a very good one by him. Lal Singh. Again, watching his effort there. Not one of his best tries there. Alken Singh, who did very well in the 100-meter race. Nice approach, but that will not be counted. He overstepped the point from where it was jump. He's again checking that. Already has 654 to his name, and a few more centimeters to his best. Oh, it's a good one. It's a good one, very close, but we'll get the white flag as he does. First eligibility to be in the score sheet fulfilled by him. Let's see how much he can add to 654, or fell short of that. 6 centimeters he added to that. Good jump by him. Said Khan. Krishan Kumar from Tamil Nadu. And nice approach, nice jump from Krishan. Tamil Nadu.
Baby number 392 will take third attempt. 6.36.
6 and 6 square he got with that. Slightly shorter run up by Kushal Mohite. .642 with he got with his previous attempt. So improvement of 4 centimeters from Maharashtra jumper. Gokul S is going to take his second jump. That was quite close to the red line. Let the scene bit of dejection. Gokul S. His previous effort was pretty futile. The lack of concentration, maybe he took a forgettable jump in the previous attempt, his first attempt, and this time with the second try, it looks to me that he's back to his best form. 646 he's got with that. Excuse me, 666 with 666. He is in the lead. Good jump from Kerala man. Mohit Sani. Five, 4, 3. Figures in series Amandeep Sharma from the land of forts and palaces, Rajasthan. Good solid jump by him. Nice run up before that as well. Looking quite hopeful. He is still there.
6.42. 6.42.
So 22 years of age. Amandeep Sharma got 6:42. Lal Singh, despite looking all charged up in his previous try, could get 6:15. Let's see how much he can improve his performance in this one. Lal Singh. Nice approach. He's approaching towards the board, and it was very close, but I hope that he'll get the white flag. He does. That's the effort of Gurlal Singh. Now from Manipur, the only from athlete from northeastern part of India, from Manipur, Alken Singh. Mayen Bam Alken Singh is his full name. Performing well in recent months. In fact, his form was quite good before the COVID pandemic. And, he's looking to return to his best. Alken Singh. His previous jump was a foul jump. This time he got the white flag. Centimeters more than 6.5. This guy has the potential, and he's proving that. .660 already Usaid has touched. This time let's see what he can do. He's only 19, Usaid, but punching big. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. And he acknowledged it. And celebrated the moment. 670. The best jump so far in this Decathlon long jump event. Krishna Kumar of Tamil Nadu. Concentrating and focusing very, very hard before the burst of his energy in the jump. 36 was his best jump, which was his previous jump. Significant improvement from Tamil Nadu athlete. Kushal Kumar Mohite of Maharashtra. A jump that I guess is in the range of 6.5. Slight reduction. From his previous effort. Kushal Kumar Mohite, Kushal Kumar Mohite. Here is Gokul S. Triple six he already has achieved. Let's see how much he can add. Oh, that looks to me a very good one. He put all his experience behind this jump. Get the best out of his body. Gokul S. But could add only 1 centimeters to 6.5. Mohit Saini. Still he has to cross 5.5. 5:43 is his best jump. Mohit Saini looking back and then not looking quite pleased with his performance there. A very disappointing end to his challenge. Only 6 centimeters he added to 5 meters tally. Yamandeep Sharma. His best jump was the previous jump, 6:42. Nice one. Should give him about 6:40. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. So 20 centimeters he increased to his previous best. Gurlal Singh is the next contestant. He's charging himself up. With shouts as well. concentration, so that's why he took a very forgettable attempt. That is how we have come to the conclusion of long jumps in men decathlon. Shot put is the next event, which is going to start soon. Well, take you back to some memories, and we are going to cover some of the important events of 2018 Asian Games, in which India ended with lots of gold medals. Manjeet Singh and Jensen Johnson finished first and the second position at Jakarta in 800 meters. Then Jensen Johnson lived up to his reputation and won the gold medal in 1500. Muhammad Anas won the credible silver in 400 meters. India's show continued with Dharun Ayasami won the silver medal in 400 meter hurdles. Team of 4 by 400 meter relay came second best, just behind the Qatari athletes. Most of them were from Africa. Then in the triple jump, Arpinder Singh won the gold medal for India. Shot put, Tejinder Pal Singh Toor broke the national record there and won the shot put gold. Neeraj Chopra, as per his reputation, won the gold medal in the javelin throw. In the women's section, Duti Chand won the silver medal in both 100 and 200 and finished behind Odiong of Bahrain in both the events. In fact, the fate of all the three athletes remained the same in 100 and 200. The Chinese athlete came third in both the contests. Hima Das won silver in 400 meter. P.U. Chitra added bronze to the kitty of Indian athletics in 1500 meters. In 400 meters hurdles, it was time for Anu Raghavan to claim the bronze. Sudha Singh 3000 meters steeplechase, she grabbed the silver medal, and India maintained its hold on 4 by 400 meter relay in the women. Little surprise, they defeated much talented Bahraini athletes as far as the profile is concerned, but Indian showed big heart, and in the tight contest they won and maintained their grip on 4 by 400 meters relay. Nina Virakil won credible silver in long jump. Seema Punia came third in discus throw final. Swapna Burman, a very, very inspiring performance from the athlete of West Bengal, New Jalpaiguri. She amassed 6,026 points and won the gold medal in that contest. And in the mixed relay of 4 by 400 meters, it was India's time to stand in the middle of the podium. A very credible and inspired performance from the Indians. In fact, we could have added some more golds, if not medals. In that edition of the Asian Games, had many athletes of African origin not participated under the banner of Bahraini Athletics Association or the Qataris Athletics Association. The scene is improving. Many athletes from the nation are in rich touch just before the Olympics, and that one medal that whole nation is hoping to get at the Olympics in athletics, we all are expecting that that wait will end this time at Tokyo. On a rain-soaked day in 1964 at Tokyo, India came very close to fetch its first ever medal. Excuse me. And that was due to Gurbachan Singh Randhawa, who came 5th in the final of the 110-meter hurdles. The conditions of the ground were very disheartening. It rained heavily just before the race, and that's why his speed could not be reached at the best, as he told, and as what many people saw in the stadium as well. And Gurbachan Singh Randhawa came 5th in that 110-meter hurdles. This time prospects are bright and hopes are very high from athletes. Neeraj Chopra is currently participating in many meets in Europe. At Lisbon he threw about 80 meters, and right now he is participating in some events in Scandinavian countries. We hope that he will come to his best in the Japanese capital and will end our elusive chase of the first ever medal in athletics. The third event of the decathlon, that is shot put, is going to begin soon. The sun is high. The third event of the Decathlon shot put is about to begin. The participants are practicing. We'll take you back to some memory lanes in where I'm going to talk about one of the shot putters, finest shot putters India has produced, Bahadur Singh. He won many medals for India, especially in Asian Games as well. Then, when Indian athletics was going through a revival stage, and the edge of Indian athletics was seeing a downward side, then he became the head coach of the Indian athletics and took Indian athletics to lofty heights. He won many accolades in his illustrious career. That includes Arjuna Award, Dronacharya Award, and Padma Shri. Still, he is serving Athletics Federation of India and guiding athletes. His presence in athletic meets still inspires a lot of athletes. This generation, Tejinder Pal Singh Toor has carved a niche for himself, a very respectable name in shot put. Have broken his own national record on many occasions at Jakarta. In his fifth try of 20.75, he broke the Asian Games record as well. That was naturally a national record and won the gold medal. And that was a very emotional story attached to that. That his father was suffering from a very deadly disease here in Punjab, and his coach shouted from the sidelines that, "Hey, here you are making merry, and your father is fighting for his life. You have to produce your best." And suddenly, Tejinder Pal Singh Toor burst to energy and produced the massive most throw of his career and brought India the gold. Then afterward, he carried his rich performance, broke national record at Ranchi. Then men from Monga district in Punjab did not stop, and twice he has broken the national record in a short span as well, and is looking all set to book his place at least in the finals at Tokyo. And who knows, if he continues his northwards movement in the statistics, then we could have a medal in his name. shot put event has just begun in the Decathlon. Alkansing threw the iron ball to a distance of 909 in that try. Next up was Usaid Khan of Uttar Pradesh. A good one. 1167 he touched with that. Put extra bit of power in this try. Kishan Kumar of Tamil Nadu. Pushed the limits for this contest. 8 centimeters he added to 12 meters in his first attempt. Vishal Kumar Mohite is the new participant, next participant. Didn't rotate his body and without any sort of rotation he gave the trajectory to the iron ball. And touched the figure of 953 with that. Kerala lad Gokul S very close to get a fall throw, but he maintained the balance of his body, remained inside the circle. And got 5 centimeters more than 12. Mohit of Haryana not looking quite pleased with his try there. "25 years of age." This is the score of Mohit's effort there. Just a bit of power from Jamandeep Sharma. It's Gurlal's time. Show his stamina. 2 spins to his body. Looking quite pleased with his try there, Gurlal. That looks to me a very good one. Yes, it is. 14:21. Clearly he is the leader of the pack. Gurlal Singh from Punjab. Very inspiring throw by him. Osad Khan of Uttar Pradesh must be looking to increase his statistic in this effort. 11.67 was the result of his previous try, and very near this time as well. Marginal deflection in the positive side. Kishan Kumar from Tamil Nadu. You're watching this action live on YouTube. And, you can watch the action on Instagram as well. Then for more updates, log on to Athletics Federation of India site, where you can get the latest updates of and information of the past, present, and also the future. Kushal Kumar from Maharashtra. Just a slight push of the body. He bended well, and then with slightly different techniques, he just pushed the iron ball, not to the desired effect of his legging. He is still to touch 10 meters. The shot put. Not quite impressive as far as the score of other participant is concerned. Show your presence. Write some comments on our YouTube channel as well. Like the button, press the like button, and subscribe it. Kerala athlete Gokul S just took his second try. Dip in his second effort there. What he got was 11.34. Mohit of Haryana. Centimeters short of 11 with that one. The technique pretty similar to the technique of Maharashtra athlete Kushal Mohite. A slight bend towards his knees and then released the ball. That was an athlete of Rajasthan. He got 9.77 with that. Already quite impressive in his first previous try. Gurdal Singh, 14.21 he got with that. Let's see how much centimeters he can add to that. Gurlal. Most other athletes are playing very safe. Dip in his touch. The sun is blazing in the sky, and that must be taking a heavy toll on the performance of the athletes. This is the last event of the morning session in the 60th National Interstate Athletics Championship at NIS complex in Patiala. A very forgettable throw by Alken Singh. 883 he got with that try. Used Khan, 1168 is his best try. This is going to be his final and third attempt. Not looking quite pleased with this touch there. That's what I mentioned. 37 centimeters more than 11 he got with that to Seth Khan. Kushal Mohite, he is yet to touch double digit in terms of meters in this shot put event. His previous two throws were slightly more than 9.5. He must be looking to the best of the figures in his third and final attempt there. Played very safe, got the white flag. Still his chase for double digit throw could not be fulfilled. Gokul S. That looks to me a very good one. The man from Kerala already has produced some big throws. (12-16). It's time for Mohit Saini to display his skill there. Most other athletes are not rotating their body in a traditional method before the release of the ball. They are simply bending and stretching and then going for the final push of the muscles. Excuse me, 1096. Marginal improvement in the performance of Mohit Saini there. Mandeep Sharma. He is 21 years of age from Rajasthan. But this was the fall by him. As far as my memory goes, in this event, this was the first fall throw by any of the thrower. Gurlal Singh, 1421 was his best figures. It was achieved in the first try. Can you surpass that? And he raised both his arms in jubilation because of these figures. 1460 Gurlal Singh, and that's how we came to the closer of the morning session. Evening session will start at 6 p.m. in which we are going to see involvement of athletes in various disciplines. In men high jump, which is of decathlon, then the final of 100 meter hurdles for women will take place. Then 4 by 100 meter relay for women, 400 meter relay for men in the decathlon, and heats of 4 by 400 meter relay for men will be in action from NIS Patiala. So see you in the evening session. It's time for me to say goodbye.